Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and it's another studio day. I'm going to see what I can do in here. I have some very specific things in mind, and I don't know how they're going to work out, so not a lot in the way of announcing what's being done here. But here's the thing. I was wanting to do a stream for creating patches in things like 6 signs in Surge XT. There's a number of interesting patches that I can show. I was also interested in going and doing the well, I already mentioned Circa. What was the other thing? My mind's a little flustered because of all the stuff that goes on in the world today, but also because I have spent the morning watching a video by Patrick Willems, or most of one, and then I had to stop because I was going to go on stream, about the Wachowski film Speed Racer. And it's very interesting in that that would be, I think, the perfect analogy between what traditional music making is about and hyperpop. Oh, and now I remember, the thing that I wanted to try, which I have not yet done, is seeing whether I can make the looper Circa follow a tempo in the DAW in such a way that I could use it to do techno with. And that could be quite interesting, but I don't know if it's going to be possible. I've never tried it yet. I don't know what will happen. So we're all going to discover this together. And even if it doesn't work, I'll be able to do sound making, and I'll be able to use it to do space ambient or whatever all I want. I've also never tried using it to do a multi-output mix where each of those loops goes into its own channel in the DAW. And I'm pretty sure it's designed to let you do that, but I don't know how. So there's a lot to be discovered today. This is why I'm not arranging to be like, hey, this is my sponsor, Circa stream, because I don't know whether it's going to work. It's not sponsored. One of the guys that makes Audio Damage, Circa, lives in the town that I live in. Has not come out and hung out yet, although we've had some conversations on Blue Sky about, oh, hey, you like the mountain biking? Do you like ziplining? No, I don't. I don't know why anybody would do that. It's like, okay, fair. I say fair. But yeah, I mentioned that I had lost access to Weather Underground, the website that I like getting weather stuff from. And he was like, oh, hey, I got you covered, and posted a screenshot of it, which is not actually the view of that website I was going to want, but at the same time, either it was being snarky and going, I can use it, or a very nerdy attempt to randomly help. And that, I think, is very relatable. So let me sort out some of the stuff I have sitting around. For instance, here's a thing that you can hear, most likely. I have a electric bass. That's my rig. And it's going into an analog device, but I did a little experimenting. Completely different sound. Although it's still kind of amp-like, right? This is entirely being done using pointy guitar. And note, I'm not doing a compression, that's just saturation, but it's saturation in the bass range rather than the high frequency range. I feel like I'm going to be able to get what I need to out of this sound. And plus there, and it's being made out of this DI sound. Well, I've also got a DI sound that is not very impressive because I didn't play it very well. I mentioned how you get the Stevie Ray Vaughan Strat sound with the pick, and it's all about how you hold it. You hold the pick like this, with the pointy part pointing up towards your thumb, because he would use the rounded part of the pick. And people's holding of picks and instruments and things are very key to their sound. So I can't say as I really did a very good job of playing stuff like Stevie Ray. I mean, who could, but I dropped the ball pretty hard. But my point was trying to reproduce the guitar tone. And that's the DI right here. But if you don't have the DI and you use pointy guitar and K guitar Hall, I got some of the aspects of the sound right. And the interesting thing is, it's all literally in the box. So I could just as easily take a sound and switch between that and some heavy metal tone or whatever in mix, which would not be the case if I was to use like, that's a real amp, and it's doing everything that I can to get it working better for my purposes. If I can get sounds as effective as that in the box, that's pretty much the whole game right there. A bunch of the stuff that I've got, including the speaker DI box that I got, just stops being as relevant, because not only can I get a zero latency sound out of a plugin to do it using pointy guitar, but also I can adjust all of those things also in the box. By the way, let me make sure that I can see my live chat, which has just come alive. John Dobbins, Smurf Tim, hey. Yeah, so I'm excited about what I can do with pointy guitar as well. Today's not going to be about that. Today is going to be about other free things and a non-free thing that cost me about $80, namely Circa. And like I said, I may very well end up doing something along the lines of a Airwindows free looper plugin. It simply will not be anything like Circa, because Circa is using, like, my hometown guy also named Chris Randall, and his GUI, which people were commenting on favorably on the stream. You're less likely to see anything like that from me. Even if I do a GUI, it's going to be, console 9 style. But one of the things I thought maybe I can do here is start putting together the Reaper framework for me working with these sounds. Excuse me while I move my microphone over a little bit. Working with these sounds and the looping framework that I'm trying to do. And I realized that as I was starting to go and begin doing this, that I was at literal zero and had not done any of it. And I didn't have a ConsoleX template. I still don't know why I don't have one of those ready, but I don't. Everything is literally completely unset up. And so we will walk through that stuff, and probably by the time I've half finished with that, it'll be time for me to make another cup of coffee, and we'll spend the afternoon trying to do something. But yeah, this is me starting from what you see is literal nothing. So let's see what we can do here. If I'm not mistaken, Circa has 6 tracks. So if I start with 8 tracks and then have like a couple of different instruments, for instance, let's see now, 2 to 14, okay, I guess maybe 7 channels? I'll be trying to do that using, well, I guess I can use, it's the 6 signs that I need to run as a clap. So Murph Tim, I have an idea that is somewhat like that, although that sounds a little bit like the kind of question where you go, what if this thing? And there's nothing behind it, it's just words. But I wondered about maybe trying to put together a circuit bend that would do something like that. See, the thing is, I can probably construct a circuit bend where you'd be able to break things down in terms of manipulating different bits, but then the smallest bit would be floating point. And then when you reassemble them, much like with SmoothEQ or whatever, you'd be able to reassemble it into a full resolution sound. But then if you started messing with things like the second or the fourth bit or whatever, and did anything to that, you'd get the departure from a normal sound and then dial it back to a normal sound. And the thing I was thinking of was taking a thing and then having you be able to delay the bits in the audio at different speed. That would be a pretty weird, aggressive sound, but I don't think anybody's done quite that. So yeah, Summer of Tam, I guess I have thought of something like that. Meanwhile, let's start by seeing whether we can make anything happen. Weirdly, I don't use any of this. That's strange. So first thing I'd like to do is add not any of these things. Also, I don't know why I have the clap, why I don't have a clap version of this. Also, weirdly, I apparently have two different versions of that. That seems correct so far. So the way we set this stuff up is you set it, nope, let's not set all of them to record. Thank you, that's useless. We set it to record. Let me try to make it be a different size while I'm at it. This is, bear with me because this is more or less how we're going to go. I'm going to soldier my way through all of this. And then you can see that there's nothing particularly fancy about doing such things. We're just doing our level best. And there we are. I also seem to have SWB audio capture working correctly right away. That's interesting. See in my outputs, we can mute it for the stream, or if I do that, you can hear it and I can't. So we'll leave that on both of those things. And I don't even have to fool with SWB audio capture in OBS in order to play that through. So I'll just be careful with it. And at some point we're going to start patching things through a looper. But right now I would like to shut that back off again and install the not that. Let's install the clap of 6 signs. So we're not using that right now, but we can open that up. And same deal, I have to hit record and tell it to take MIDI. But if I remember correctly, do things like this. And maybe fool around with it and see why it's doing this. That's probably correct. And then here's the acid test, mellow poly aftertouch. See this, I had a whole stream where I wanted to use this and I wasn't able to because it wouldn't do the do. But this time it seems to be better. So what remains is maybe fooling with it and making it be better. But this is the guts of what I wanted to be able to do. I wanted to be able to do looping and then be using 6 signs in there and then make some new stuff. Somewhere Tim is still talking in the stream. Take an interval of 8 samples, swap 2 more of the samples with each other, then inverse the operation to give you the same signal again. Can you code? You could try. There is a, you'd be wanting to run a kind of buffer. And what it will do is weird cancellations and effects, much like if you swapped the samples and left them swapped. I'm assuming you're thinking in terms of things like low pass or band pass filters and so on. May be able to do things like that in synthesis too. Black keys. So we've got this working and we've got that working. Next thing to do is let's see what we can do with Circa. It says 2 to 14 channels. That's what it looks like. We're pretty familiar with this. We were playing with this before. Although unless I move this, I don't get to see where it sits on the screen. Okay. It sits there. We can shrink it a little. Look at this interesting thing in the send reverb, which I won't be using now. It kind of flickers as you resize. The stuff drifts, but if you resize, it's recalling it each time. I was already not using those things. I'm going to be wanting to use this thing, so I believe it is going to, I don't know why it says 2 to 14 channels, but we'll find out one way or another. But yeah, we've got that up and rolling. I kind of remember how to use it. It's been a couple of weeks. I've been working on things. So the next thing is to figure out how to run this 2 channels. And it looks to me track channels 2 to 64. What's that about? Main 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what I'm going to want. It's got a Q. That's neat. We've got a delay compensation. I'm probably not going to want to have it run delay compensation because I want this all to be as live as I can get. So now that we've got this, let's see how we make this work in this system. Track controls. Chris Yunkin, hey, I'm glad you're liking it. Is this a way that we make this have multiple? Because I'm looking to have multiple outs that are going to separate Reaper tracks. That might or might not be the way it works. It's like one thing at a time, I guess. Okay, that's what I expected to see. Perhaps the sends and receives are what I will need. So the one thing I can do here is ditch the master send. Huh. Why do we not have... Nope, that's not what I want. Why do we not have a send to track 3? Tell you what, let's label these things while we're at it. We got that. And got that. We got all day to do this, so with a bit of luck, I will actually succeed in making something work and happen. We can but try. If I can't, then that's just encouraging for anybody who's watching and feels intimidated by this stuff. Then you can see and believe that other people have the same issue. For now, here's a thought. It says 2 in and 14 out, yes. Well, what if we did this? It says auto. I do not know why it's talking 64 buses. I see only 6 loopers, so that seems weird. Also, if I reset, I believe it bounces back to this. Looks very much like the track has to be wildly multi-channel. Wonder if this gives me a web page. No, I guess not. Okay, so this is worth reading, clearly. So, yup, tracks have audio channels. Presumably what I'm going to be wanting to do is route that to different tracks in actual Reaper. So my track with Circa on it is going to have lots of audio channels, but it's not going to feed the master bus. I think it would only be able to feed either left or right on the master bus because that doesn't have a million audio channels. So Merv Tim, Reaper is crazy performant. That much I do know. It's one of its strongest things. So medium item takes that part I don't care about or need. Audio channels, track channels. 64 seems to be just what's built into either Reaper or the VST3 spec. I do get to click I/O to assign things differently. VST3 bus is auto, which at the moment is just 2 channels. Side chaining would be adding channels 3 and 4. This is something I haven't worked on in my own VSTs, mind you. It's not that brilliant and I should be able to do it, but I've not actually seen it done, so I'll be kind of seeing it done in the course of using this. That's nothing I need to do. This business with the pin collector and so on, none of that's what I'm actually looking to do. Track channels, let's see now. Well, if I call it 6, we've just removed the inputs. And we have many outputs. I don't think that's correct. We'll put that back. Now I have inputs and outputs laid out correctly. I'm still only going to want stereo inputs. I want everything to operate based on that. We'll call it mean input. But the outputs, that's the trick there. So input 1 and 2, output goes to all of these things. I do honestly not know whether it needs to become one of those, like if I was running my Motu 16A, and you can set it up to have this giant crossways thing where we told the bus size to be 6. That seems not really what I had in mind, so let's put it back. Now, I have yet to even try the timing it to the tempo, because one thing I'm pretty sure is I can make surge and possibly also 6 signs synchronized to tempo with their LFOs, meaning I can do stuff that'll be synchronized to this track. If I can also make Circa chase the tempo of the DAW, then I can do the techno style looping. So let's see, what do we have here? Everything is going to track channel 1 or 2. So we're still not there. We're still not there. That just shuts the track off. If we turn it on and set it to none, it's probably set to MIDI. I'm not going to want to record it, but this may be showing me how to do multi-channel. So we'll see what that means. Okay, we're still only in stereo. And I'm pretty sure I'm not looking for MIDI here. I want to send it audio. We can but try. Okay, envelopes. Look at this is the number of controls you have in a plugin like this. So a bunch of this stuff, I am not going to be wanting to deal with that. This is also why I can't do a looper that runs in, say, Airwindows Consolidated. Look at all of these, and in Consolidated and plugins that I make to run and work with Consolidated and the VCV Rack version, I only have 10 controls. This is a lot more than 10 controls in Circa. So we'll put that away. That's not what we needed at all, not even close. Okay, so we're talking about being multi-channel, but not in a way that's useful. And I'm going to want to not do a master send, but I want to send to other channels, not MIDI. So there we are. We could have sends to all of these things. And to do that, it would be this is the target. And then let's add one more. I guess we'll just click it on there. There's nothing there, so I can safely duplicate it and then rename it. So what I'm going to be doing, and I don't care how long it takes to do it, we can just consider this to be stuff for people to emulate as far as how patient they are, is run surge and 6 signs both to Circa, but then run the outputs of all the loops of Circa, which might involve, so let's keep exploring some of these ideas. See, UI just gives me the controls again. You don't want this interface view. Oh, and look, we have MIDI CC inputs for all of these knobs. That's horrifying. Let's not use that. Let us instead also, there's param, but I don't think that's going to be any use. This is probably what we're looking at in here. So if I call track channels, let's assume left and right have to be channels. Input can be 1 and 2, main left and main right can be 1 and 2. But then we've also got, well, I mean, it was talking about being 16 channels. Maybe that's what we want. Also, I think I want to resize this somehow so that it can draw itself properly. Maybe that's just an issue that I'm going to have with this. I feel like that's more than I'm going to need. I'm expecting what I'm going to have to do is take the input L and R and duplicate that into all of the other tracks, and then the outputs get to be something separate, but this channel count is not right. And it still doesn't look right. Okay, see VST3 bus size. That's still talking in terms of the input, and our input is still only 2 tracks. So rather than be able to go to each of these outs separately, which I'm pretty sure is what the out 5 and 6 are, we're doing like quadraphonic ultra surround sound on every single one of these loopers. That's super duper not what I want. Here's I/O. So track channel 1 and 2. This is how it's going to end up being different. Pretty sure. So maybe track channels of 8. To make room for a Q. What a Q would be is being able to play stuff, and I don't know how you operate it in the interface, mind you, but to be able to play stuff that's not going into the loops. Yeah, no, pointy guitar I think supersedes all of my drum sim amp sims. I don't think any of them are as good as pointy guitar. I will not be using any of those. So that seems weird. I don't like it. That's not doing me a lot of good, I don't think. That's frustrating. It's frustrating, but I'm going to stick with it because what else am I going to do? So there we are. Let's see what happens at least. I've at least made something happen. So input L. I do not know whether these loops are in fact track channels. 1, 2. Okay, so that has done the thing that I thought it was doing. On the other hand, this is all in out 2. That's super duper no bueno. I don't like that one bit. Everything that I'm doing is making it go horribly wrong. Although in order to confirm that, I kind of need to run audio in there, so probably this is time to patch stuff through. Receive in Circa and receive in Circa. Okay, we're able to do that, but it's not working. We may spend many hours at this. Oh, well, fair enough. Don't know what to tell you. Oh, hang on a moment. Why is that a send? That's not supposed to be a send. Again, no bueno. No bueno. We got to figure this out somehow. We want to send from this channel to Circa, like this. There, see, now it's showing up. It's doing something. We're just not hearing it. And that's because all of this is much more complicated than it needs to be. But what the hey? That is at least a step. Also, I should save this. Who knows what kind of mess I'll create if I don't. Save project. We'll call it Circa Deluxe. And we'll go from there. Okay, so I can make sounds, but I can't hear any of them because we're not actually, the master outputs are tracks 1 through 6 now, and we're not routing to any of those things. So logically, those are the receives. And this is kind of sort of working, it's just weird. And we can manipulate the track channels in this way. Remember, I still haven't worked out how to map Circa to track channels. But, one thing at a time. It acts like it should be able to do that. So here's the hope, is eventually I'll be able to do it. Experimental laboratory, what you would do is start with flat and figure out where you need to go from there. The thing about grind amp is it's a fairly simple processing, and it's just a lot of gain levels, and then there is a sort of speaker emulation thing on the back, which is not the same thing as what I'm doing in Pointy. All right, so yeah, so we can do this. If we don't have it on record, I'm still getting a result, so that's kind of neat. 2 in and 8 of 50 out. That's crazy. Let's not have that. Let's start over. Clear all, reset all, and okay, so that's our reset. I do not know why track channels is acting the way it do. So if I reset these, what does it telling Reaper? I can do that. Routing is where this is going to become significant. So track channels 2. I can do mono or I can do both channels. And that is limiting that quite significantly. So all right, so left-right is 2 channels. Mono is 1 channel. 6, 12. So if there were 12 track channels, we have just made the space in Reaper significantly wider for no reason that I can tell. That's weird. I guess it makes it wider to the extent that it has channels. That's hilarious. I'm a big track. I have lots of things. Chord output. It is set to multi-channel, so we did at least change that. I could tell the record to be stereo. I don't know, maybe it'll get it confused if I have it not to multi-channel. But again, what I'm trying to do is send it to these numbered tracks, and eventually we'll get there. If this gets boring enough, we could try playing with a recording of guitar and recreating your grind amp sound in Pointy. Right now, that's not really what I have in mind. Master send channels only goes to 1, 2, so that is actually correct. Let's start doing it like this. If we have a send, okay. I think we might be onto something. If this works, I'm hitting save and keeping it. And we got receives from these 2 tracks. They're both just audio. All right, something happened. Wow. That became extremely loud all of a sudden. How about I fix that? Or maybe not even worry about that part right now. So here's what I'm looking at. Full blast volume playthrough to all of these tracks. I can make it be a little more well-behaved by muting a bunch of them. And indeed, I can pick a less annoying thing than that. So all of these are going to be full blast the way I've got it set up. But the way I've got it set up is probably not correct. So let's see what happens. Okay, that's no bueno. That's no bueno. That's the number of things we have, sure enough. So 1, 2, and then that sends 3, 4. I can send 5, 6. 7, 8. Well, hang on. Am I tripping here? Am I doing this wrong? Let's keep going. I did 7, 8, so 9, 10. And 11, 12. So now the routing is working the way I'd hoped. So we have a bunch of different outs coming out of Circa, and we're able to send stuff in. I think these blinkies here must be something along the lines of MIDI inputs or something. I'm not really quite sure what's happening there. Because we have that. That's doing what it's supposed to do. There's our monitor. And what we do to make this start going is tap it to start recording. Now that does that, but is this automatically sent to another channel? Or do I need to do even more? One thing I should do is save all of this, but we're not there yet. So if I tell this to record, it loops okay, but it's not going anywhere that I wanted. So that's not going to be it. That's not going to be it. Layer inputs. No, I'm pretty sure we're still wanting that. Layer settings, perhaps. We're still only going to the first 2 channels. I should think there would be a way of doing this. I bet there must surely be. I just haven't found it yet. Okay, so we're doing amusing things with this. Telling it to be host sync is freaking with the frequencies. That's understood. I get it. If it's off, nope, it's still freaking with the frequencies. So here's the thing. What I actually want this to do is run these 2 different outputs. It's not that much use to me if I can't. Like, the running things to different outputs, hi Jimmy, is what I can't do in a plugin myself. I want to do stuff, and when using a looper, that would depend upon what kind of sound I was making. That's what this quant control is for. So this I feel like something that I could do is select an area, set it to loop, at which point I can play, and it'll be communicating a tempo. So we're at 124 BPM. I'll go to 140 in the spirit of drum and bass, etc. I do not believe I have a metronome kicking around here that I can use. It would be nice. Again, we're spending all day building things rather than actually making music in them, so just bear that in mind. And one thing that has happened is we have host sync on, so it has now repitched everything from what was initially 120 to 140, which is a good sign. Means that it is thinking in terms of how this works. Trying to remember what that was. There were things you could do with all of this that I had figured out by last stream that I don't remember any of because I'm busy trying to figure out too many things at once. The rewards would be great if I do. If I don't, oh well. So solo mode. So we do have some of this available. That does seem downright useful. This is simply a resize. Don't have to worry about that. Output. Haha. Got there. That's the thing I wanted. See how easy it is when you know to click on the thing rather than just stare at it brainlessly? I wouldn't say brainlessly. Well, I did say brainlessly. Stare at it because I don't know what I'm doing. And I've just blanked this, so it's time to do something else. We'll clear it. Now, if I have this ready to record, funnily enough, oh, and it's repatched, so here, there's that. As long as we're trying all of the things at once, let's try all the things at once. See, that's much smaller. So this we don't want. We'll delete it. That's actually not going to be any use to us, so but it'll make a noise, so I can start with a noise. I don't know what Chris Randall would think about if you need a manual that's bad UI. I haven't spoken with him about that because he's moved to my town, but I haven't spoken with him once. So that's pretty useless, but whatever. Sync. And auto return, I remember this does. So if we set this up to be auto return in measures and it is synchronized to the host, zoom that out a little bit. We'll erase it and start over. Oh, nope, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? Because I don't have it to start recording at any point for any reason, so that's not good. I'm getting so close, although I also have this massively overloading everything. That seems less desirable. I don't think this is even the one that I want to play with. Let's set up LFO1. And see whether we can sync it to the DAW. Does SFLO mean sync to the DAW? Key trigger is clearly not going to be sync to the DAW. I'm talking this way, although I do not understand whether it's even possible to do what I'm saying. So we got that. Let's engage it and then do something with it. Like why is it making it so much louder? That seems not nice. I don't appreciate that. We're still set to this. Fine. Let's turn it back off. Yeah, my problem here is I don't know what SFLO means. LFO, rather. Oh no, Whitaker, that sucks. I would be distressed. If that happened to me, I would be distressed as well. Oh, scene LFO, okay. See, I don't know what that means, but all the same. Furthermore, I don't know why it's doing this. Oh, I bet I know. I'd been recording that entire thing, and it just went out to its maximum recording length. Cool, cool. Points for not crashing, even though I was putting an infinite quantity recording there. So we'll put it on repeat. We're at 140 and play is engaged. We're synced to audio. The trigger is with sync. Trigger could be audio, at which point it will start recording when I make a noise. No filtering, thank you. Host sync is on. This is not doing a good job. Or rather, I'm not doing a good job with it. Oh, and that's not going to be useful because that's not correlated to anything. Well, let's change this. Not like that. Okay. We're still exploring through this stuff. Yeah, I'm glad that we're able to do that for you, Whitaker. There's not necessarily all that much else to be able to do, but it's nice to have some of that on tap. Back to this. Also, I really should be setting other stuff up, but first things first, I want to see whether this even works. That is not synchronizing the way I thought it would. Yeah. But how bad is it? Well, this is pretty bad. It is not only distorting everything like mad, but we are not sending correctly. We're supposed to be sending to this. I am not successfully making it work. So as bad as this is, this will at least let me Why are you doing what you're doing? Surely I say, this should be able to talk to the relevant thing. Well, one thing I do have is the stuff turned off, so that's useless. Maybe turn it on. We're not using that. I've still not learned how to use that. You're able to send levels only to this, but output is not working correctly. So if we tell that to be out 2, it's still being sent to out 1. I'm wondering if it's going to give me a tooltip. See, we can do these things, but we can't do these other things. So what's going on? Output, out, main, out 2, out 3, out 4, out 5, and out 6. Goal is to make these light up with the relevant loops. Because if I can do that, I can run my own console system and the reverbs in it. Because I think I can do I like my reverbs better than this. But that's not really that important. Oh, hi. Now what are you doing? Hi. Is that all I needed to do? Cool. This is annoying sounding stuff. I must apologize effusively. But all the same... Oh, wait, that's not how that works. All the same, it's now doing the thing I wanted. Let's start making some of the dumb things go away. So that can be quiet for the moment. Alrighty, that is it beginning to work. Neat. That took a while. It's noon. This is about as late as I want to go and make myself a cup of coffee. I am disappointed at my inability to make it loop the way I wanted, but then we'll get to that. We'll get to that. For now, I want to do a different thing. This is called Stream Audio. I'm going to put it where I can see it. We're going to play some of it, and I'm going to go out and make a cup of coffee and come back. And let's put on a album of mine that's on Bandcamp, but you can hear now for nothing. And we'll see how that goes. I'll be right back. Let me keep that one going. Almost ready to come back. Just making my coffee. Alrighty. I have my coffee. I'm back, so we can switch off the background music for now. Scooch it out of the way so that I can get back to this, which is currently not making a noise. That's funny. Why are you not making a noise? Also, is it me or does it sound different? I think maybe I'm hearing it twice. I think I'm listening to stuff at double volume when I first play it. Also, we do not know whether we're synchronized in any way. I only know that that's not a good beat. So right now I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to decide for myself whether I'm going to do this all over again with non-synchronized things in order to do the next bit. Because I kind of need to have at least one sound playing. Well, here's one thing I could do. We are not recording, and I can't hear what I'm doing. Until actually playing, and that seems wrong. So that's play. This is overdub. It's going to be showing me what to do. Undo the last one. Why can I not hear what I'm playing into it? If I go over to here. No. Okay, that's no good. What have I done to break this so I can't hear things anymore? This is supposed to be making a noise. I see the noise coming out of SearchXT, good and loud. What is wrong with it that it won't do it properly here? Can you please pass through? What for you suddenly not pass through? Monitor out? Okay, there we go. I had it set to Q. So, play all. So that's pretty terrible, but I wasn't expecting any better. Okay, so if we had it playing, we can make it cycle like that. This seems to have no relation to anything, so let's tell it not to be auto. Okay, that is too obnoxious. I'm going to make it go away. I'm going to do something else. Let's shut off Surge and turn on 6 signs. That's working. Although you can see on the screen I'm distorting everything like mad, and I honestly don't know why that's going on. We can pad things, I suppose. I'm also making sure not to knock over my coffee with my hand that's playing the keyboard. Suddenly whoop down to bass and whoosh, and I have to go and do all that over again. So let's not. So that's terrible. Maybe not really terrible, but as far as what I'm wanting to do, it feels terrible, so we're not going to do it. Going to think of something else. We're going to figure out why everything feels so loud. Layer inputs seem to have separate things going on for them. Master input. I don't seem to be able to do 6.08. But I can do it this way. There we are. And we'll even put one on the SearchXT while we're at it. After, not before. I'm going to need to come up with a way to move my keyboard better. I'll tell you that right now. For now, I can't, because the cord's not long enough and it's getting in the way and it's giving me problems. I'm not even a keyboard player and I'm right-handed, so being in a situation where everything that I play, whether it be the drum or whatever, it has to be played with my left hand when I'm already not a keyboard player and I'm right-handed, is a world of hurt. So we will endure the world of hurt for the moment, I guess. And we'll make a noise. We are playing synchronized. I have not figured out what I wanted to figure out regarding the being able to do a techno-style thing where it has tight, accurate tempo stuff, even though I would be playing the tempo stuff with my left hand, which again, problem. Let's make a noise. And then maybe shorten it a little bit. And then let's do another one. Ah, you're twice the volume. Why? We have a problem. I'm overdubbing. I ruined it. Sorry guys, I ruined it. I made it break. Let's go back. Let's figure out how to do this properly this time. And then when it's not lit up in blue, and then I'll adjust that. Okay, so far so good. I don't believe we are still recording. And indeed, now I have to hit main. But we're not overdubbing it. I switch that back to Q. Now we can't hear it. But if I was recording this, I would be able to hear it. So, we'll start one of these. And I wasn't able to hear that while I was recording because monitoring wasn't on. So that's weird, but that was my fault for not knowing. Pretty sure if it's not on blue, it's not going to overdub, so jump over to here. What do you think you're doing? That acted different. I don't know why. One thing about it was waiting for sync. That's not good. That's no good. But we are at least doing multiple layers, so there's that. Also interesting, look at what Circa is doing now. It's showing how many of those there are. So that's kind of neat. I appreciate that visually. Meanwhile, since we've got these playing back, so that's cool. Trigger, don't care, that should all be audio so that it'll start recording when I play a note. These all resynchronize with master, and master never resynchronizes because that would make no sense. See, we can probably watch this go. And it should probably resynchronize when this rotating one comes around. Although I'm not sure if that's what I'm seeing. Like if we go to this, and we tell it auto, does it force the other ones to? Nope, that's jumping, and that's not supposed to be jumping because that one is the master control. Oh, it's jumping because I've adjusted these timing things. What about you? Doing something. Hey, Grants. Something's happening, not sure what. Okay, so we're going to close that for the moment because there's something else to do. Firstly, we'll hit save. Also, if I stop it, does it stop? If I stop it, one of the things stopped, but the other ones didn't. That's extremely weird. Why is it doing that? What is it about you that is dependent upon having the playhead going? But the other ones don't. Oh, because monitor mode. Okay, there we go. So those are different. I should find out what monitor mode means. Do we have a tooltip here? I feel like we don't have a tooltip here. These are things that I can figure out at some later time. For now, all I know is that if I play the playhead in the actual this one plays. But if I stop the playthrough, it stops that one and the other ones still go, and I don't know why that would be. Nor do I see, oh, hang on. Okay, they're in audio, but that's in sync. Haha. Tell you what, if we make these all be in sync, haha, we can make them all stop. I'm very unhappy with this, but that's because I have things in mind that I'm not going to be able to get. But now that we can stop that so I can talk with that interruption, or play it anytime I want, I can move ahead to the next bit. And the next bit is as follows. First, let's make some new tracks, or at least just one, because this is going to be another separate thing. And these all go to the output. These have receives, this has a receive from these ones. Might be pokey, but what the hey? It works. Oh wait, there is a thing I can do. Now we are going to go and set up ConsoleX, which is kind of what I had in mind. But first, let's hit save, and then when I'm done with this, I am going to save it as a template so that I can start from where I've gotten to. It's going to take me all day to do all this, but it's worth it. Save, save, resave, save. Yeah, I enjoy Audio Damage's style. A lot of it is because one of them moved to my neighborhood. There is that. I appreciate buying local, but I am having fun with this. And the interesting thing about this stuff is what I'm doing today can be done with anybody who is able to buy just the only 4-pay plugin, namely Circa. And if I do end up able to make sounds that anybody likes and wants to hear, and you can't afford Circa, you could do all of that without Circa just by playing all the individual stuff into Reaper as regular tracks, because the sounds I'm going to be making are going to be based on Surge XT, 6 Signs, and ConsoleX, with probably Galactic 3 for my reverb. And that should be good. So let's start by selecting all of these that end up only being... Oh, why are you doing that? I would have thought I'd be able to run these. Oh, I know why it's not. Because for that to apply to all of those at the same time would require me having it be on a controller. And I'll have that when I set up ConsoleX, but not before. So we will do a little start off doing just this. Here's Circa. Here's all of Circa's loops set to their own outputs. And those are all going to go into a ConsoleX mix, because right now they're not. They're just an ordinary DAW mix. And I wanted to be able to do more than that, and will be able to do more than that. I can't help it. I'm going to fire this up. Or tell you what, no, I'll fire up the... Why is this not open up as a clap? Don't I have those as claps? Why are we not? Well, that's disappointing. I would have sworn I had those suckers built in. Apparently not. Funny. Maybe my ConsoleX build thing using Pample Juice is not successfully making claps. I thought I had them, but I clearly do not. I'm stuck with boring old VST3. Oh well. Boop, says the thing. Oh, we are auto-muted. Why is that? What are we doing that's wrong? Something went terribly wrong, and I do not know what it was. So let's see. We are no longer successfully playing now that I've put ConsoleX channel on one of the submutes. That's funny. Tell you what, let's maybe revert to the previously saved version. Before I did that, oh, it still doesn't like that, does it? Huh. So if I turn you off, it was at 622 dB. So I'm very familiar with my things doing stuff like that, so that doesn't worry me. And that's not the patch I had, it's a different patch that's supposed to be doing that. And if I turn this on, it becomes upset. If we're bypassed, can we... Okay, so I pretty much know what I did. So what we're going to do is leave that set up that way. That patches through there. That's not actually good, but I'll leave it for now. Or maybe... We're patched through 6 signs. That's still behaving itself reasonably well. And tell you what, let's save that. I'm going to put in ConsoleX and then put in Circa. Because when I added that, that's when it became upset. So we're going to do it in the other order. Hopefully, that is something that I'll be able to... Oh, and it doesn't remember that I added ConsoleX channel, except for it does, because there it is right there. And then here is ConsoleX. No, I'm going to have to dig it up. I'm going to have to dig it up like this. Here's the bus. We're used to putting that up there. Here is here's a little bit of that. I am frustrated by the way that I can't reach my keyboard properly. It feels to me as if it really should be somewhere that I can reach it, and instead I have to go like this to reach it, and that's no good. I'm assuming I'm going to need to set all of this up and then put Circa in, and then it will be happier. Something I did made it become upset, and then it wasn't working okay anymore. And I know that the console, and it's doing double duty here because the way I've got that set up, it's feeding channel 10, and that's no good. Need to set up the whole system a little bit. So let's make all of those shut up. Oh, that's not good. Let's undo that. Let's do some of our additional things. That goes there because this goes here. At full web. Everything is kind of covering up everything else, but what the hey, don't mind that. So now we have no automation. This is all towards being able to use my control surface here. Let's save it again and see if, well, we're in the FX chain. Let's save it from here. At this point, I should be able to turn up this and get a reverb. So far, so good. Remember, the idea was make a space ambient. So if we set this to lots of replace, that'll make a continuing pad. Mind you, we're doing continuing pads in Circa when we get it going again. For sheer size, we'll use a high brightness and use D-res for it. And when we get it going, we can also put other effects on individual bands, but they'll be Airwindows effects, so they'll be running on the outputs of Circa. And once I've got that set up, I will try to do Circa again and tell it to talk to the now Airwindows ConsoleX mix. That said, I have to do something first. I have to make all of these things talk to my control surface. Tell you what, Let me put up a cam where you can see what the control surface is doing. That's fun, right? We gotta have audio visuals, don't we? And by that I don't mean a bright light like that. I mean, let's drag this over here so that I can do stuff with this control surface and you can see what is being done. Because this is going to be me fiddling with knobs. Here. And I can run the Airwindows system once I've got that sorted. Or indeed, technically, I can run it now. No reason not to, really. Airwindows does this. See fader? Fader zooped itself down to the bottom. Although now I'm confused because it wasn't supposed to. It's being forced down to the bottom and please open, thank you. That fader is fine. This fader is following things, but this needs to be assigned to a track color. And it's not. So let's see whether Airwindows still works. If not, I'll have to unrun it and do something else. Like, so, if we set it to red, aha, okay. Yep, that works. We're also color coding things. So it should be using black as one of the available colors, but it's not doing a good job of finding, oh, no it is. Oh, I know why it's doing what it's doing. All of these tracks are set to black, so it's trying to make them all balanced. That's weird, but frustrating, but fine. Okay, no biggie. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to set these to delightful rainbow colors, and then they will be riding on my various, let's see, magenta, is that? I'll go red, orange, yellow, etc. See, I've got a control for that one, but we've only got one of these assigned, so I'll just keep trying. It's going to sound a little mixed up. Forgive me for that. Airwindows isn't going to work until I have them set to colors, and so I must set them to colors. Only then, my ears ringing from the stress of dealing with all of this foolish nonsense. Purple. Where's purple? There we go. See, now we have a lovely display. And when I have it assigned, Mastering 2 is already ready, it just hasn't come out. And what it will have is an electrical EQ built into it. That's the only real difference. So now I have this. Now fader runs for all of these, and then when the Airwindows is scooched over to this bank of faders, not counting cyan, apparently, then we've got this ready to go. In fact, let's include cyan. I forgot how to use Airwindows. Silly me. Okay, now there is cyan. And this one over here is our master, which if you look on the top of the screen there, you can see it is actually moving. The rest of this stuff I'm going to leave alone. I don't feel the need to do anything with it. And with this one, this is controlling red. And it will go to the full range of the fader knob down here. And then all the rest of these will also be live fader updates once I get it all assigned. But in order to do that, I have to do a bunch of work first. So we're going to make sure that we're on the main project window and save this again. Once I'm done, I may very well end up saving the whole thing as a template. Also, I think in my window I can see the light behind me. Yeah, there's a light shining there. So, okay, so there is my halo apparently. Fine, fine. Don't mind me, just trying to do the basicest of things. I am currently just plain running MIDI. My audio interface is only monitoring. And what you were hearing is a simple microphone run into my camera. So that's not using an audio interface either. And then when I do have music happening, which isn't going to be for a while, clearly, it's running through a really simple USB to optical out. And that's driving a Lavry. So you could say my main interface is the Lavry because that's what I'm using to monitor everything. Okay, do we feel brave? This is going to be a ginormous pain in the butt. But here's what we have to do. We have to learn things. Or can we use the default mappings? Let's find out. Not so far. Okay, so I know the control surface is able to communicate with Reaper because we're moving something. I have a giant pile of all of everything else that is not. That's not useful, that's not useful, that's not useful. Okay, so now we can hit learn, at which point in theory I can assign every single one of these things, one at a time, to the control surface. What I'm wondering is whether there's any way that I can cheat that by going, please do what I told you to do before. So let's find out. Use default. Are you able to make any sense of this? No? Ain't nothing working. Nothing's working. Now, if things were going really well, I'd at least be able to use send A, but nope, no such luck. So right now, even though it says it has controller mappings that are default controller mappings, it is lying to me, and it's not able to do the extensive work that I did setting all of this up with the controller. It's not able to do that. I told it there was a default. It didn't listen. That is in a previous project. I guess it must be looking to have controller mappings from a previous project, but it's not actually talking that way. There's what I do to set it. If I use default, I can tell it to learn, and this is what I had previously told it to have. That makes me sad. Look at all this work that it did that it's not talking to. What must we do? So MIDI devices. So this is correct, but presumably it thinks it's a different ID. Because X key wasn't plugged in previously, so it changed the ID. I can only assume that's what is causing it. So just for funsies, let's unplug the synthesizer that I was complaining about. That should be showing it as not connected now. Maybe we'll save and reopen the project. It didn't remember the size, but that's the default size, so we're still good. Now that the keyboard isn't plugged in, one of the things that I can do is move it over to my right hand. Although I don't really have a great solution for the fact that the mouse also lives there, but whatever, don't care. So we're doing kind of one thing after another here. So here's my cable. It's like reaching under the desk. I don't know why. I guess I do know why. I'm gonna look and see whether I can. Okay. Not as bad as I thought. Come on. Come on. There you go. Good baby. Here's the cable that was connected. I'm going to leave it dangling over the top of everything for now. And I'm not going to plug the bloody thing in for now, because this is my time to... Oh, ConsoleX, none of that can be in consolidated. This has way too many controls. Look at this. See where we got all of the stuff there. See how many controls that is? That's way more than 10. I can't put this into consolidated. I do have standalone downloadable versions. They also can't be in consolidated. And Jonathan is up to speed on all the details there, so what he has just said is entirely correct. So we are apparently still running Airwindows. And now if we tell param to be default controller mappings, we just turn it off, turn it on. Does it respond? No, it does not. Woof. Okay. That's a lot of wasted effort. God, excuse me. So I just wasted all of my time. Also, this keyboard needs to be on my left hand if I expect it to be able to drive the analog synths. That's an oversight. Oh well. We'll just plug it back in and It's going to be fun playing with this when it's actually playable. Lord only knows how long that's going to be. And you can hear the noises I'd like to be able to make in a space ambient gym. You can also turn off this silly bright light. There, you can still see that. It's fine. Looks like I do have to do everything from scratch. Sadness. I'd have sworn I set this all up, but default is clearly no bueno. Unless I could go and find out how to make it be better. That's so much work that I suppose I might as well. Nope. Nope. See, what I'm doing here is I've got a full set of default controller mappings. I've got the same controller plugged in, but it is no longer able to load them correctly, and I don't know why. That's not good. Okay, there's my problem. How do you demap? Controller mapping not working. Track template as a chain. Well, that's interesting. I might have done that. Let's see whether that's a thing. No. That's not a thing. Okay, sadness. I'm in for it now. All the work I've done. Well, hang on. Hang on one moment. Let's save you. Save you over and over. Then let's go to here, where I've got some things that have actually been finished, and we're done. That doesn't look like it's one of them, but look at that. I've got the original version of ConsoleX. That's not mapped to the controller. No bueno. Looks like I don't like it that Reaper just quits when you close a project. I don't like that at all. There's not a lot I can do about it. I'm remembering I worked on this one using the controller mappings. Basically what I'm trying to do is find a place where I can open the GUI version. That's not it. Weird. What on earth is going on? Let's try again. Wrong program. not you. What on earth is going on? I know I remixed this. Well, here's recent things. Ah, okay. How about you? Is this going to respond? Haha. Okay, see, this is what I wanted to do. So what must I do? Also, I'd have to run Consummation again to make all of this work, but what must I do to select that? It is clearly able to access all of these controls. See the big knobs moving? This is what I need for everything. And all of these controls are available. Fader will be available when I run it, Airwindows. Master bus, that also is functional. So let's remove the send. And maybe it'll be happier if I do it as a saved FX chain. Because again, like watch the treble knob. This is all set up and ready to go. I'm trying to avoid the struggle of having to go through all of this over again. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to figure out what to save it as. And I spend all my time coding plugins rather than working with Reaper, so I'm lost. But it's okay. Being lost is not a problem. It's fine. So there we are. Here is an FX chain that includes console, and as you can see, it's fully functional. I don't have my sends set up, but that's easier to do. Less worried about that. Everything is working up to and including the sliders and stuff. That's all cool. I am not seeing, okay, preset. UI just gives me that. That's not what I need or want. This just adds new stuff. Ah, here's another thing. So, in theory, I could save all FX as chain and then load it in the other program. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, you had to save it as a chain. Somebody was talking about that. And I'm not worried about it being a default chain. Okay, here we go. Those are things that are available, but we'll call that. And then we'll get a little frisky and we'll also do this. Master should also be doing the same thing. I'm going to touch only fire or, let's see. Yep. So master is also assigned to everything, but I'm much less likely to want to change it. And running monitoring, might very well want to do that. I am speculating on the idea of building in meter. In fact, perhaps I think I will. So I don't know if, okay, it is. Here we are. Boop, and then if I open it, it's kind of continually running. But if I move it to the right place, namely right under ConsoleX bus, I said under, not over, then I can click that window. It's forced into a particular size, but that's fine. These things are all basically fine. And then again, FX chains. Save all the effects as a chain. And then presumably, I can quit out of there and load up what I already had, which I do not like the way Reaper does this. I don't like the fact that it just, I mean, I can tell it to start up and ask me, but still. I have to go for this now, and then it'll kind of do it. But now I've got to load a chain. Not bus, channel. And now it's giving me 2 instances. That's dumb. How about let's blank the chain. I don't understand that. That's bad behavior as far as I'm concerned. Okay, now we have nothing on the chain. Now, please be trying to add. I guess it just considers you stack chains on top of chains. The part that matters is, will it do what I want? Oh dear. Oh my. So we're going to have to do a lot of research. Well, this is a work day, so whatever. If that's that, and we've already lost Circa. Circa stopped working. I'm going to try to get it back, but I'm trying to do this stuff first. Let's close that. Okay, here's our FX chain. We can load one from here. It will stick this on here. As I do that, param is going to have stuff. It claims it's using default. I have an earlier save in which everything is actually working. I don't see it responding to my controller, which is bad. That's bad. I don't appreciate that behavior. Nothing does nothing. VDC mode, oversampling, instances, auto bypass. I mean, everything's still working, it's just not helpful. Okay, so here's what we got to do. Let's go back. Projects, recent projects. Here, if we select one of these things, such as there's get there, if we select that, it will respond. We are unable to make this continue across saves, and that's a problem. So first things first, we tried to save it as a template. It didn't like that. Here's where we were working. Learn. All of these things have been learned, even if you can't see them because they're off the screen. Here's default controller mappings. I believe if we clear it, it'll still work. There it is. It's still alive. These things still work. Program 1. So we could save it as a preset. Make it save it as a default. We'll save it as controller mappings. User preset for this. And again, it's responding. So having done that, now we bounce the heck back out of here and unfortunately close the damn program because it is not able to stay open. I mean, it opens so fast, but it just frustrates me. Maybe I can do something with preferences. General preferences, it's open last project. We'll tell it prompt. So now you can at least ask. And here's the kinds of stuff we can do. And we went back to this. You've got it selected. Hi. Well, how nice for you, but why? User presets, controller mappings. Okay. All right, now it's happier. I didn't do that with the bus. Is it going to now be happy with the bus? That'd be mighty weird and strange, but stranger things have happened. We're going to move the fire. Nope. Nope, it's not able to see bus. Now let's see whether... No, don't save. We're kind of... Yeah, I don't know why all of this is happening to me either. Believe me when I say that. However, this may be a solution. Here we have master. Master is also mapped to the same parameters. Save preset as default and name it See, that's the thing, is I gave it a different name. I believe it came up with program 1 rather than claiming that it was a different name, but all the same, it suddenly knew what it was. And so now that's alive. I've set it to the controller mappings. Next thing you know, without even doing anything else. Well, no, I will save it. Sure, why not? If I'm correct, I can load up Circa Deluxe. And then without even having changed this, I'm going to control the fire. No. Not quite like that, not quite that easy, but now I have a saved controller mappings. And it ain't doing nothing. So this is weird. Could it be that I just need to load from an FX chain, such as this one, and then it will be happier. Or maybe happy isn't the right word for it, but then it'll be alive. Okay, so we're on program 1, and it is not responding to the controller mapping. But that is ConsoleX bus, and I told it to save bus controller mappings as this preset. Now if I move the bus control, that's fire, this is stone, here's pan, nothing. Not yet. Not yet. So that is still no bueno, but all of a sudden, this one's fine. Also, again, I'm not running Airwindows yet. That's a separate issue. That shouldn't be doing anything. But this all works. And that's the kind of wiggling around of controls I wouldn't want to do on the bus, but I want to be able to do if I can. So back we go. Oh, and I didn't even set it to controller mappings either. But then once I did, look at that. Okay, so what's param set to? Well, it's on learn. We don't have a default controller mappings set up, but all of these are activated. MIDI link has nothing set up at all. So maybe the bus version has something listed? Okay, so here we have this. Here's param. No recently touched parameters A. Well, now I've touched one. Set to learn. MIDI link. These are not actually set to anything. Learn has everything selected. Could it be that it just wanted that? No. Ah, Jonathan has a suggestion. Cool, I'm down for suggestions. First, what I'd like to do is get rid of all of this stuff. And I will open that other, give me a second. We'll try opening the second project, which is not there. It's here. Or wait, not even. Where the hell did I have it? Where the hell did I have that? Not there. Not there. Okay, starting to lose my mind. I had something. Fine, can't do that, but can do it like this. Where are you? Under human, get bass drums. Alrighty. And again, this instance, you can say, you see the little tiny low pass? It lives. So now we go back to the previous one. Where we apparently blanked the master track again. And now we try to open the second project. Oof. And go through to here. And it's that instance of it. And we've closed the previous one. Okay, let's copy FX. Do we need to copy the whole chain? Let's not bother. Copy FX. And again, we can see the controls moving. And if we go to param, it's on learn. It says use default. It's set to bus controller mappings. That is available. And when we close it, and that shuts down Reaper entirely, which probably means our copy and paste is gone. That sucks. Let's do it again. So copy FX, not worrying about including automation, and then over to opening something else. Actually, let's do it from the menu of recent projects. And now let's paste FX. Okay. Did you paste? No, you did not. I pasted it and it is not listening to the controller now. It does nothing. Controller mappings, please. Nope, does nothing. If I go to program 1, it does nothing. Oh. Click File in the New Project tab. Well, I could do that. Alrighty. Let's see what happens this time. This is a labor of ages. This is, I don't care because there is a end goal. Even if this makes no damn sense. Channel started working for no good reason, which means I can copy it over onto adjacent tracks and it's all ready to go. Bus has not been working. We'll expand it so you can see. See the fire knob sort of in the middle? That moves. And we can set the mappings to whatever we want. That stuff shouldn't be doing anything. I suppose I could be exporting and importing presets to get there. And now we boop over to here. I haven't changed anything. And this one, I'm moving the fire knob and ain't nothing happening. And I can set it to controller mappings and nothing's happening. So right now, the rest of today is becoming, why is it doing this? And I didn't intend for that to be my whole day. I intended for the day to be jamming. But sometimes this is what being a DAW user does to you. So let's go back over to here. It's reverting everything to basic size, but we'll open up the master track window and we can see what each of these look like as we go. Funnily enough, that's bigger and that is not as big. But maybe if I weird. I don't know why it do what it do, but that one, that works. Let's save the selected FX's chain. That's ConsoleX bus, yeah? Previous one didn't work, so we'll override it. Again, I can demonstrate that the controls are in fact moving when I move them. Last thing I want is to move the bus that extremely, but whatever. And now we go back over to here, delete this, and we could paste effects. It is not responding to the control. Param is set with all of these things mapped. It claims it's the default. I can set it to mappings, but nothing happens. And then if I go back over to here, this is still responding to the controls. Alrighty, so back over to this one. We will delete this. I can go to add and search FX chain. That's not correct. So filter, no good, but I can go to here and that's some chains. So there's that. And then if I can do bus with controller, it will add it, but I don't know whether it will. We'll find out real fast, won't we? And I have added it and it does not respond to the controller. I can set it to the mappings. It does not respond to the controller. Okay, so back over to this FX chain. I'm actually quite willing to set this up the way I'm going to want it. So let's add FX. Let's add meter. Let's move it to the spot I'm going to need it to be. Worth trying. And now let's save this all as a chain. Oh, by the way, I've added meter and this is still responding to the controller. So FX chains, let's save all of the effects as a chain. We'll call it ConsoleX bus meter while we're at it, because this is the end goal that we hope will be able to work for all of these things. And then, like you've suggested, as much as I would like to preserve this, actually, hang on. New project tab. Load a chain. This is a completely new project tab with the thing that I just saved in here. And it does not respond to the controller. But that is only the first thing that I should try, because the other bit is, does the other part work? So insert a new track, go to its FX thing, load an FX chain, channel, I've just done exactly the same thing. One on master and one on the track. On the track, it does exactly what I would have wanted and loads all of its things. This is a new session. And then on the master track, it don't respond to, in fact, oh no, whoa, slow up. I could be overlooking a very important thing here. I might have just been wasting your time. Watch this. If I click on master, we're good. Sorry, folks. That was entirely my fault. But on the bright side, that means we get to go forwards. What I've been overlooking, please close, thank you. What I've been overlooking is I've got all of these set up to only operate on selected tracks. So let's go back to what I wanted to make when I went forth and set all of the things up with the full FX chain and everything that I wanted. And now, rather than having this first track selected, we have master selected, and we're good to go. Sorry about that. I'm not super sorry, because this is just the kind of thing that gets you, but yeah, that got me good. And I have to run Airwindows for that to work. So that's cool. Isn't it though? Isn't it always like that? So here's where things start getting a little more interesting. We can make a noise. I can drag this onto all of these tracks, at which point we'll have a full ConsoleX mix. Yeah, one thing I particularly like is fessing up when I do something like that, because it's important to be able to catch it when you've just derped it. You just did a silly thing, that's all. It's no big deal. It's just a silly thing. Also, come to think of it, are my sends working on selected tracks? Clearly not on master. My sends are up and working. So everything is going to go on the first send for here, and if I had other sends, they would already be going. Cool. I guess I have that built into my actions. Speaking of which, show action list. This is what would be setting up that send. so that if it's selected, I can run more to the reverb or less. But this is also where we run Airwindows. And that'll keep operating. But now, kind of have to set it to a color for that to work, doesn't it? So now, quiet or loud. So all that stuff is now working, up to and including the fact that I had a bit of an oversight on ConsoleX bus. Now, way after I thought I was going to get around to it, maybe it is time to instantiate Circa and see if we can make this work with everything else. First, let's save. There we are. Now, recently used. Haven't done that much, yeah? I guess I've done more than I thought. No, there it is. So, can you work? Are you set up correctly? Are you remembering how we had it set up? Well, for one, we're going to want these things to be set up differently, but that's pretty straightforward. So if this is still happy, and here's hoping it is, we probably don't need anything more, although we can do things like, I don't know, fire up console bus. Let me scooch this aside so that I can have things on my screen appropriately. Kind of like this. Fine. I was initially going to be making patches for these instruments. I guess we got a little caught up in other things. Move chat up to where I can see it again. Quick guitar-related question. I haven't done guitar tracks in so long. That's why I can't play very well. And that is not much of a question, Jonathan. Oh, or I guess your second statement clarified it a little bit. Maybe I'll step away from the stream for a moment. Maybe I'll move my keyboard to where I can put it here and play it and use the mouse, because I don't have to use the keyboard that much, do I? Ah, but what have we here? Monitor out becomes main, although I do have a path. I would be able to do this, wouldn't I? Kind of makes better sense if I redesign this in such a way that there's a cue out. So what do we got here? Well, for one thing, this makes very little sense. It's working, but it's making very little sense. So input goes into thus and so. Output goes into this and that. These go to things like this large number of patches and then Q1 and Q2. and my outputs are all based on this. And they're feeding to these various tracks in such a way that I can actually loop it, but Q isn't assigned to anything, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, I'm struggling. Bear with me, I'm struggling. See, I don't think I have a Q. I feel like I don't have a Q. And I've just inserted a new track in a stupid place. But I can feed to the master, and I can take an instance of console to do that with. And do we have an additional feed? Is that even a thing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? I also worry that I'm doing wrong things and making it break again. I wouldn't want that. So 11, 12, eh? Those are the only options I am given. It's not giving me any further options. Does this mean that Q is the blue track? But how could that be? Okay, so you get a little smaller so that I can see the rest of everything. Okay, that's as small as it's willing to go. I was also having the same problem with Juice when I was working with it, in that you couldn't do any sensible things with the screen size. So monitor out Q. There's Q. If we tell that to be that, or this to be this, I've now told that I've told something to be Q. We can make sounds happen. Then when we switch it to Q, nothing. I also don't know what these yellow lights are. They're showing up everywhere, but I don't like it. One thing I should mention, guys, while you're talking about all this, and while I'm trying to figure out what on earth is going on with this dumb Q nonsense. Maybe if I do this. I bet if I hit reset, it stops working. No, that's what it wants. Okay, so the way we're set up, it doesn't know how to use Q no matter what. That's sad. That seems most unfortunate. I don't know why. We can't use Q, we don't know how. And if we set this to something, I need to make that larger. I really do. Mood music, because that's the mood I'm in. You are talking about the challenges of getting things to sound good at scale, basically. You're talking about, do I put compression on things? Do I layer many, many, many instances of things in order to make them sound nice? I would remind you that one of the things that I'm doing is stuff like this. That's one guitar. Or I've got stuff like this. That is one guitar DI. You can't hear it the way you're hearing the DAW, but... And then I take that and I run it into a pointy guitar and a verb. So that sounds bigger than this. It's still one track. Most of what I would like to do in my plugin making is do things in such a way that one track can sound huge. That's really the secret of classic 70s recording, which I have a great fondness for. You have to make the individual sounds sound amazing. Now that's not necessarily fair because, again, if we do stuff like this, that's nothing but a single Stratocaster DI. But it's a Stratocaster DI through an API pre into a Lavery. So it sounds really wimpy all by itself, but there's a lot in there that can be pulled out. Similarly, I could run my bass into a analog stomp box to do this, but then I could also take a DI. See, that's a DI. And it's the same deal. Like, that's going through an API into a Lavery. It's a good capture, but it still doesn't necessarily sound all that huge all by itself. It's just being recorded with enough fidelity that I can run it into pointy guitar and do this with it. And that's basically how it works, is I try to have good captures and then do the right things with them. Pointy guitar was a big jump in that because pointy guitar lets you retain some of the original sound out of it. But there's always going to be limitations. Like I was trying to do the pointy guitar demo and I had to use this Audient pre. And I could plug a guitar into the Audient pre. It even had a special jack to plug the guitar into. But then it built in this nasty little noise gate that wasn't behaving very well. And I did the best I could with that. But it didn't have the kind of fluidity that I can get out of good converters and good captures. That's basically how I work. So I'm interested in like digging out pointy guitar, making it be higher gain, and then doing a triple guitar thing. That's a classic metal trick. As Metallica said in their Black Album recording, classic albums DVD, you would do the hard left, the hard right, and the thickener. And that is a time-honored way of getting heavy guitar things. You don't necessarily have to duplicate the guitars on each side so that you end up with like 6 guitars. Or if you did, you could do something like run a instance of my newest Flutter, and that would give you, like, you could take your middle guitar, which is already kind of quieter, and then quietly overlay a little bit of this flutter for a phantom fourth and fifth guitars that could be panned hard right. And all of these are fun things to do, but a lot is about getting the original sounds to have the right sonority and projection. And in your monitoring might not reward that kind of sound. So it's a question. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take just a little brief break. I was drinking a bunch of coffee, so I'm going to offload a little coffee and clear my head so that I can get back into making actual sounds in Surge XT and 6 Signs. Because I wanted to make a batch of those, and then I got all caught up in having this looper thing set up and working, which I think I have. I think I have got the looper thing set up and working. I'll need to save it as like a template or something and go from there. It's funny how much time I wasted trying to make the ConsoleX bus automation working when I just had to select master to do it, but whatever. And in the spirit of that, I'll set this going, being a live performance that I did a long time ago. Alrighty. Interesting thing about all of that nonsense is that is all in the way of doing a live stream with the Blinken Lights machines here and having everything playing at the same time, meaning that a lot of it had to be controlled by sequencers, which I'm a little less interested in sequencers at the moment. And all of that was like before I'd heard Burial, stuff like that. So yeah. I'm interested in seeing whether I can get Circa to work on a fixed set tempo, because it has these controls where you can have stuff return based on measures or the master return. That feels like it should have options for like techno style music, and yet I wasn't getting that to happen successfully. So firstly, we can turn on host sync. If we do that, we can make something happen. But can we do like a metronome or something? So here's what I'm going to do firstly is our looping does not seem to be snapping. And I'd kind of like to be able to make it loop within a section and then work from there. So maybe, no. 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 I feel like it shouldn't be relying on me setting the mouse exactly and perfectly right. That doesn't seem correct to me at all. Even if I zoom in, that can't be right. How about that? Okay, so that did successfully do something. There we are. Okay, so I can type stuff in, and that's as good as being able to select it perfectly. Oh, hang on. There's a metronome. So clearly I can turn that off and on anytime I want, right? However, this is not necessarily going to respond to it. Nor do we have anything recording. Let's see if we can make this do something. We're on our initial track. This is where I would probably put like a kick or something if I wanted to do it that way. Overdub or play. We'll set it to go to play. It's going to wait for audio. But should it? No, it shouldn't. You should wait for sync. Now let's see what it does. Nothing, it's not playing. Now it's playing, now it should wait for a click. we're still recording. Why are you still recording? Do I have to hit... I guess I have to hit stop. Well, that's weird. Let's try doing it over again. Oh, that's not what I had in mind at all. And that's absolutely not correct at all. So that's a big fail. And we're clearly overdubbing, so that's not right either. What if I do this? Okay, I'm still learning how this all works. I don't like any of that. Let's switch this over to a different percussion thing. So here's my problem. It keeps switching over to, like, it says this, right? And I can make it so that it's sync on the machine. And I've clicked that, and it's not doing anything different. I clicked it, but then it kept going. Don't appreciate that. Also, it's not letting me undo it. So it's recording infinitely, and it's not supposed to be doing that. Well, I'm trying to do many things like that. See, it's not letting me stop. Although I can stop with that, and I can clear it. Weirdly, it's now taken that, but the synchronization is but. It's like super off from the metronome. So we'll blank it and I'll try again. I'll try to figure out how this is supposed to work. We've got host sync on. Sync trigger, what that should mean is, I mean, I could make it, maybe the initial one needs to be audio. I guess we'll find out. Let's find out what we can do. I don't know if it has a record bars limit. Maybe what I should be doing is, rather than hitting record again, I have to hit stop to make it stop. Because what's been happening is I'm going, and then I hit that again, and it's going into overdub. Or it's simply just continuing the recording. So that's the trigger button, but to the best of my understanding. And then this controls whether it goes into overdub or play, but if I set it to go into play the next time I hit the trigger, it doesn't do that. I'll demonstrate. Okay, it went into play, but it's not, this is not a happy camper here. Plus, it's definitely not able to synchronize, is it? But if I set it to a measure, it's better. That's just about usable. So let's jump back into this and make it not be huge. Stash it somewhere where I can see it, and we'll set it to the snare. We'll go to a different thing. It's set to sync. And that also can be a measure, just because why not? We've got our tempo thing going. Let's see what it does this time. And it didn't stop. I don't know what the deal is with that. On the other hand, it seems to have behaved itself. If I tell it to be more measures. So that timing ain't bad. It says plus, and there is the playback thing showing. So if I hit this when it says plus, it should switch into plus. And it's doing a bunch of measures. See, because sometimes it wraps all the way around and sometimes it cuts it short. And that's weird, but it's kind of in synchronization. We can try it with audio and see if it's any better. So what we were doing is it refused to actually stop recording when I hit the button again. This time we'll see what it does when I try to do it. And at that point, it goes into a play mode. Where I don't think it's... So if I have it on plus, it goes into the not add stuff when you hit the button. If you have it on... Okay, this is somewhat counterintuitive. Erase, because the way that works is I can keep overlaying onto the loop as it goes. So here's our slightly wonky kicks going. Again, like I said, it has a plus, so I think it's going to switch into add stuff. Now the funny thing about that is, see, that has the green and an arrow, so I would have thought I'd switch back into play and I'm not actually adding things. Whereas if I switch it to this, it does exactly the same damn thing. Woof. And now something very weird is happening. See? Now we've got extra kicks, and I'm not even on the kick anymore, but it's still giving me extra kicks. Manual, ha. Also, there's only so much I can... I pretty much have to make it go away. Remember, I wanted to make new sounds. We're not doing a very good job of that, but I'm fascinated by how this works. I'm fascinated by figuring out whether it can be made to do... Can I have you be tracking the speed? Cool. That's all I wanted. You can turn on key track. So now, if we are set to, like when first, go into overdub or play next time you hit the trigger, but it doesn't matter because no matter what you do, it doesn't do the thing you wanted it to do. Also, auto RTZ. What's up with that? If we tell it to trigger on sync, and then tell it to record, and then tell it auto on one measure, and we have host sync going, is it going to make measures the size we want them? It's not stopping. And again, it's acting like it just keeps going. It's changed to a yellow color and does nothing further. Now if I hit this, it doesn't actually keep any of the stuff that I previously had. And we're on auto one measure, meaning that, see, I wonder if it's going to synchronize with the host and make the measures be the relevant size. So far, it still is. Okay, interesting. Again, sync trigger, auto return never. We'll record a something and then hit stop. Okay, so this is clearly doing something. It's just I'm struggling with the fact that I have to use the mouse and the keyboard at the same time. That's not easy. Also, I started it too soon. Do we have quantized slicing? But if we put it a little off. Nope, just threw it. Screwed it up. Also, slices does not seem to care. It ain't doing nothing. How about if we put this back? So I do not seem to have... Yeah, we've thrown it, and it's not able to come back. But if we tell it to auto, we got it back. So the master return is able to resynchronize it, but I'm still compelled to play something, perhaps in, well, auto trigger though. Hang on. So I could make it audio trigger, at which point it will start at the first sound I make, but then I have to play all the rest of the sounds perfectly. But then the auto return and that's no bueno. Yeah, it's like it's not... The trigger for the on and the off appears to be operated by audio there, so it didn't even... Oh, thanks, John Dog. I'm glad that that's working. This is not. So, sync seems to control both the beginning and the end of the recording. And there's a thing where we can keep the buffer size the same. The buffer size can be made. So here's a thought. How about not even playing anything the first time around? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if I switch it to that green color, the beginning and end of entering into that was quantized. Also, we can make it stop. Apparently we can't make it stop. Okay. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, how about all stop, and then maybe host sync will make it start in time? Or possibly not? Huh. Interesting. So you can have a click track going, but you have to keep it going, or at least never stop playback of the DAW, because then you lose synchronization and it's not able to resync it. It'll keep it going, but it's not restarting it. Or is there something we can tell it that will make it reset? How about reset using this? Does that put it back with the click? Well, it didn't that time. I mean, it could be synchronized well enough. But we can't make it sync up with the DAW. Weird. I see no way of doing it. And if we turn off host sync, it just goes to a crazy pitch. And that's not what it wants. So these are still cool. Host sync is on. What host sync is doing is it's making the pitch go along with what's living around in the DAW. At no point do I seem to be able to make it go to what the DAW's position is, or indeed synchronize with the click track that I do have available in there. So essentially I can start from nothing. I can record a set that is as many bars as I want and that will be accurately linked to the DAW, at which point that will track with what the DAW's metronome is doing. I think I'll demonstrate that again. If we make that go, and it's on sync, I can hit this and then wait for it to start, and then click roughly when it needs to stop, or perhaps a little bit after. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now I can add. Or if I don't like that, we'll start over. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Now we'll try it again. 2. And that's somewhat skewed. It's hitting early, but all the same, it's roughly lined up. So I can do something like that. And I can go on to another one. Over to the snare. We'll make the snare track pitch 2. But we're recording onto that instead, which is a mistake. So I'm still in the process of learning how all this nonsense works, clearly. But seems like there are good possibilities, so let's try that again. That was bad. That's not on green, so in theory, it's not going to add anything. So now we can make this do something. And I'll switch back over to the snare and presumably not be recording on the other one when I go. So now if I start this, not doing an auto return yet, and sync trigger, and now that's on yellow, meaning presumably I have to hit stop, and then it gives me what I thought I was going to get in the first place. But I have to make the auto return sync up in order for it to be the correct one. So if I do one measure, it's very quick. And then I can stretch it out. Also, we're on two different things. So that means I can do this. That's with ConsoleX. That's with this. So far, so good. Also, I am clearly still on, okay, there we go. It was still on green at 100% feedback, waiting for me to play more stuff, which I do not wish to do right the moment. Tell it to be 4 measures. It's that big. This is acting really weird. Why is it suddenly jumping back in places I don't expect it to be? Or even is it? Maybe it's not. Master. Interesting, we're going twice as long there. That basically means it's just keeping itself synchronized, meaning we can jump over to another one as long as these are all in white, meaning we're not adding to them. Anything we do, we're going to be adding to it if we're not careful. What do I have that's a hat? Do not know if I have anything that's a hat. Let's make a hat. Wavetables. What do we got? And all the filters are off. They don't have to be off, but they are. I wonder if Surge is set to a synchronized LFO. That is a very random looking LFO. That's not what I want at all. Let's remove that modulator. That's boosting rather than cutting. That feels really weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, I see why it's doing that. I know exactly why it's doing that. So how about no? How about we turn this way down and then we kick this in? I saw what it was doing. See, it was pushing the volume in both directions at once. So now what I'm trying to figure out is this synced to the tempo that we can plainly hear on that metronome? I can't tell. I can't tell. Oh, here's a little thing in the LFO. Okay. Still trying to figure it out. Also, it's weird that my polyphony is completely used up with this. This is actually running it very hard. Mysterious. Let's make it much smaller polyphony. It can't be quantizing it, can it? And I know if it's key trigger, it's going to start when I hit the key, so it's not going to be synchronizing to the DAW. I guess that's just one of the mysteries that I'm going to have to live with, where I don't know what it's doing. And I don't know whether it has anything like, because I don't see anything in here that's acting like a little sequencer. So there's no real reason to assume that the LFO would be synchronized to the underlying click track, even if the rest of it is being synchronized to the underlying click track. I guess it's just going to be one of those mysteries. I thought maybe this would be synced. We will shut it off, ignore this nonsense. Stick this out of the way again. How'd that go? Sync trigger, auto return, not yet. Again, we're on yellow because it's not really quite sure I'm done, but then it is sure I'm done. And apparently that's when it crops it down to the nearest. That sucked. I'm not going to keep it. Also, I've made it very quiet. Click has gone insane. Click is no longer tracking with it anymore. I will have to ignore. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to make it loop. And so we stop. Now it's overloaded. And now as long as I just jump something in and then stop at the relevant point, it'll be fine. Oh, that was terrible. Okay, neat. That worked. Ah, Surge XT manual has a thing. So in the LFO, let's play with this stuff then. LFO, right-clicking parameters that can be tempo synced. So parameters that can be tempo synced, right-clicking. There will be an option to tempo sync all the LFO parameters at once. These are not the LFO parameters. These are parameters. Okay. Nice. Tempo synced. Cool beans. Ah, lovely. There we go. That's exactly what I was looking to find. Thank you. I didn't realize it would be that simple. But that's totally what I was looking for. Now, what's going to happen to this then? Because it's not caring about that. Let's make it more exaggerated than that. Wonder if I have a mute. Oh, that's not correct. Back off you go. Cool. that tempo synced. Let's overlay. All in good fun. Haven't done much with this either, but what kind of noises can we make here, having not actually done much with 6 signs? Oh wait, I have a better idea. Haven't meant enough with these yet, but we've still got this. And this is a classic gnarly. So there's the thing. But first, I think we can probably deal with this to be a little smaller, because I can still reach everything on it. It's like this, and a little air in the galactic there. Actually, while we're at it, that first one. We can have a little rumbliness and a little more low end. There, that's kind of beefy. And we don't even have the faders engaged, do we? Action list. Actually, I should check and see if it's already running. Actions. Oh yeah, we are running. So I can do this. There we are. And we have this if we want to put it on something. So over to Circa and this loop. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now let's see what we do about this. Also, I think these things should be made to return to master. And we'll go with D. Okay, it's okay, but I'm not that thrilled. I'm not that sure I'm thrilled about having the 9 bars. Do it over. 1, 2, 3, 4. For some reason it's a double volume when I do that, but I don't know what to do about it. Easily done though. However, we're missing stuff in the low mids, so my whole reverb is designed around space ambient, which we're not doing. So that's interesting. So this is all very cool. Note, however, that we can still do things like this. Side. That we can mess it about quite a bit, but I think it will end up resynchronizing. I'll be able to see if it does, if it jumps to the beginning. Yeah, I can hear from the hi-hat that the clangy stuff is a little bit dismaying or disconcerting. fused and killed the sync. But we have a new groove. Also have some kind of leaf blowers outside. No matter. And you stopped being in sync. But if we tell it to be measures, I definitely hear the leaf blowers outside, I know that. And we can put this back. Set it to master. We're out of sync. What happened? Okay, you just got weird. What's up? Make it be 4 meters. So that's what's supposed to be synchronizing a little bit. Like that. So master doesn't seem to resynchronize it as much as I thought it would. But that's what it was supposed to be doing. So weird that master can't actually make it resync. You have to be able to click on there. Weird, but interesting. We're back to normal zone for everything. things in the soft synth seems to make everything hesitate a bit. We're probably running it really hard. Remember, I'm live streaming at the same time. See if I can overdub that. Cool. Hiccuping when I select different things in the soft synths. There's a groove. We got something going on. After all of that, well, that's easily done. That's simple. altering the tone of the synth riff, but instead I was altering the tone of the lead. And while we're at it, this is what it looks like on meter while we do it. We are clipping. Because this is a loud part. We can accentuate that punch and bring in some other things. So this is bride stuff. Noises going on outside are like little motorcycles. All the levels down here, so we have basically the same effect as before. Got this going on. Oh, never mind me, I'm fooling with the EQ on the same hi-hat that I just muted. Although I had just fooled with the reverb on it, so this will be what the reverb actually is doing here. You can probably hear the motorcycles outside. We also have more reverb than we really need. That's a bright little noise. But we're still adjusting the one that I've got muted. So how about I switch that over to the one that isn't muted? And I can change the color of the slews and make them a little darker. Or indeed, discontinuity will work on that. And I can also throw some on our reverb. That's adding discontinuity to the reverb. And then I got the reverb on a separate fader, like this. So, an interesting sort of final thing going on that was all just literally made up out of nothing in the process of learning how to do all this. I would say Circa is capable of doing synchronized techno-style stuff. In fact, nothing ain't doing nothing, so we'll cut that. This is a trick I've sometimes done. But that's not how we do it, is it? Okay, how shall I do this then? Those are all audio outputs. That part's fine. There should be a way of doing this. I feel certain there must be. Really radical. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Okay. got a pass through. The output is the input. Neat. And we can test that. Your feed is going to go a little weird for a moment. Yep, I can see that's doing what I thought it was going to do. So here's what we have going. We can shut off the loop, hit record. Oh, can't loop anymore, can it? And now we are dumping the live loop to a stereo track, which is getting what you are being sent over the internet. And it'll be done on the fly. The stuff in here. Because I'm recording from SWB audio capture, which is what I'm sending out. And I'm pretty sure if I hit stop, it'll stop the playback as well. But that's probably fine. We're getting on towards the end of the day, honestly. In fact, we can construct a mix on the fly. Probably don't need to be looking at this one. Go as small as it'll go. So we're still recording. Now we go crazy with the faders. all done with audio damage Circa, first of all. Without it, I wouldn't be doing all this. Airwindows ConsoleX, and the control surface. And any control surface would do a lot of this stuff on it, because it's the control surface and Airwindows. And there is 6 signs and Surge XT. In fact, they're both patched live into the track. Meaning we can do this. Hiccuped a bit. That's probably going to show up in the recording. But maybe not. I don't know. Playing into the live track. When I hit the new setting, it'll hiccup for a second. We all enjoy modern Tron, right? back is very low. Reverb on that. This one's not making things hiccup. Sometimes 6 signs makes it hiccup. This is the one. Buzzsaw. We are just evolving all over the place here. Let's make those hi-hats go forward. The yellow, right? Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't have it set to the snare. I didn't have it set to the hat. Do this. one got a lot quieter as I went. That's a jam. We got a jam on our hands. We should save this while I'm at it. Now that it's actually a hat. What do we got going on here? Just kind of adding weird things over the background. At some point I need to stop actually recording. I've been doing 18 minutes of continuous jam. Let's see if I can hit the record button again and turn it back off. Okay, so that stopped that recording. That was a long one. If I do that, everything stops but the first track. Probably because I have it set to sync on trigger and never repeat. And these ones are all different. And you know what? All of that stuff lived only inside Circa. So we have that capture recorded in Reaper. And everything else is all silent now, including that. Oh, too late to see how it's performing in meter. I fooled with it a little bit there, and then I stopped looking at it in meter. Although technically meter is still running, so that's the last it was. That's the last it did. I think when it was hidden, it stopped doing it. But this is what it was doing in meter while it was going. You'd have an occasional beat. It would be balanced fairly well between sonority and bright sounds and dark sounds represented in green there. And yeah, I also had the ConsoleX bus serves as a meter. I could have had that showing, which I wasn't, but I could have had that showing. All in all, it worked pretty good. We can turn the enable off on this, and this is now, I don't suppose you have open items in Finder, do you? You wanted to see what it was doing in meter, we can do that pretty simply. Because all that stuff was sitting here, and this is the only thing we captured out of it. So this is the jam we just had. Given it's a first try in Circa, I would say more it's just a neat, fun thing to have done for 18 minutes. I wanted to see whether I could do this, and signs point to yes. So yeah, what was going on there is pretty much I just wanted to work out whether you could do this live. And the sound of it is very different from raw Circa output, but I wanted to find out whether I could, again, do this and have it work. Have the control surface. There is what I started out by just playing with stuff as I went. A lot of the stuff that we're doing in this playthrough was just done like that. And then I wanted to think about what kinds of things I could add, and mixing it on the fly in ConsoleX using its control surface. Because back when I was doing the stream audio stuff, I didn't have ConsoleX available. I didn't have that kind of ability to do a mix and do EQ and things on it live. I gotta say, like Circa, even though there was a hiccup earlier on where I did something that made it upset and it crashed, I ran it again, and once I start actually working with it and it's behaving itself, it holds up. So yeah, doing these different loops and stuff, this was the... Yeah, see? This was very much the can it do techno? And in particular, can it do like burial style techno where things are not sequenced? And that's me using the control surface to cut stuff out, bring it back. I was doing that less than a minute after I started recording. And what you do is you patch the SWB audio capture part. You patch that back into the mix, but don't have any monitoring on the track that's getting the SWB in, because otherwise it will feed back. But this is listening through my monitor speakers of what you were being sent on the audio output and the various things I was doing. Half the fun is adding new things. Like I just started not only taking the loops that I had, but also adjusting the mix on the fly. Wow, I've got something really bright happening. Clearly I made it much brighter. If I was watching meter, I probably would have backed off on that. And overdubbing new things. Adding different little progressions and stuff. And again, this is all out of the techno style jam, which quickly became more of an ambient thing. But the degree of beat and the degree of sort of chordal progression doesn't happen in ambient. So this would not be the space ambient jam I was talking about. Also, the original idea here was to make new patches, not make an entire jam. So again, high points for Circa on the back of that. It enabled me to run everything into a ConsoleX mix, complete with Airwindows Galactic for the reverb. And so I was able to get all kinds of textures that I couldn't have gotten out of Circa all by itself, because it doesn't have to run all by itself. It runs extra outputs, and you can run it into an entire mix. All in all, it's doing a pretty good job of what it does. Again, the reverb I have going on, you can't get that out of Circa all by itself, but you don't have to. It serves as a really cooperative part for just getting wacky with this stuff. And we're leaning more into what I was going to be thinking of in terms of the space ambient stuff, the textures, the backgrounds we have in here. Mind you, we're still running the session that produced this. This was just done on the fly, and then I stopped recording. It started at this point, with pretty much all of the things. And this is just the loop as it continues. And I start pulling stuff out, and then I start pulling stuff out more radically here, which would probably be this would be a good starting point for this as a jam. Like you could start here. See what it's doing with that red line sound? That's a bright sound, that is. But yeah, you could start with that, and then it just starts working its way up. That's the kind of stuff you can do with this sort of nonsense available. And it's sitting here, ready to be used again. Let's find out if you can shut all of this down, start it up, and be able to still do it. Like, it doesn't remember all of its stuff. One thing I can do there is delete that. And maybe I know how to, set it back to the beginning. Well, maybe close all of these bits, but everything is still sitting here being ready to be used, up to and including we can turn meter on if we like. I'm pretty sure if I hide it, it stops progressing, especially since we're not rolling. Yeah, see, it's moving on towards where it's about to hit the point where it says red. But if I have it closed, it's not running. So anytime I don't want to have that grinding away, all I have to do is close the plugin, and if the interface isn't showing, it's not updating. And I fire it back up again, and it will say the line will be moving, and it will just be about to pass where it says red in the interface. And I think I was actually a little bit mistaken about that. Let's find out. So it's about to come up to where it says same. And now we're not actually doing anything. It's about a minute-long window. It might be saving some CPU when I'm not actually showing it. But it does actually continue moving. If I wanted to stop, I can pause it. And it's a handy little thing to show. And let's see. Save project as template. Project templates. Circa looping. Circa looping in ConsoleX becomes a project template. Now let's shut this down and then start over. Alrighty. So that was all set up for essentially jamming into actually, give me a second. As long as I'm at it, I can move that out of the entire project. If I know what I'm doing. There's music. Here's Reaper. Shouldn't need the repeaks. Scooch that to there. I don't think I need Circa Stream because I've solved so many problems with Circa Deluxe. And I'll rename this and then resave it, or I'll save it as. Let's save it as a flag. 18 minutes of first jam. And that can go into more like desktop stream audio, surely. Here we are. And deflect. And that should be good. And I tell you, the next thing I'm going to do is put that on play and go and get my tacos ready. And I'm not sure what we're going to do for the last hour of stream, but this was well spent. I'm quite pleased with Circa, Chris, if you're watching, which I know you're not, because I tried doing many weird things with it and it behaved itself. And it kept running, and I was able to adapt it to the stuff I wanted to use. All in all, I am entirely happy with that state of affairs. So first looper jam. Here's meter again. So this is what we did live on stream with audio damage Circa, and a bunch of Airwindows stuff, and Reaper. And you can do this for $80 for Circa. My stuff I just Tell you what. Let's first of all put this back. So when I next use it, I'll be able to hear it. So I've now got that. If you want, I can put it up as a YouTube. Would take very little adjusting to do. Don't even need the capture because now I have a FLAC of it. Now let's see if it comes back. It's stuck. There it is. So project templates, Circa loop. Oh, well, this looks weird. What's that about? We'll ignore that for now and start with project tempas, Circa looping in ConsoleX. Did it work? Is a very good question. That's what it set up. That is true. I could run it through Dubplate and put it up as... I've been going through my old photographs in the hopes of being able to have like YouTube poster image art that isn't like AI or something. Back in 2022, I did a fair bit of that, and it's become extremely unpopular with people for good reason. So I could go and dig up a old photo of mine, scan it, and use that, and do a little bitty editing, a little bitty Dubplate 2, maybe, perhaps not even that. But yeah, here's the thing, is does this, in fact, work now as the template? And does all the bits, such as ConsoleX channel, let's manipulate the fire control. Yep, that worked. So we've actually saved it as template in a rather curious state, but whatever. It would probably be better to have all of these settings centered out. Let's maybe give that a try. So 1, 2. I'm gonna have to move these in order to do that. 4, 5, 6. And this one's actually normal. Some of these I can set back just using the mouse. And sometimes maybe not so much. If I roughly center the EQs, that'll be good enough. I didn't end up doing anything else. Also, probably top dB would be good to center. I had it really pegged on the reverb, and that's a strong It's a striking choice. Also, I could add some more ambiances. Yeah, see, like that? I am better off saving a template that hasn't had all kinds of EQ stuff going on, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to have stuff fairly, actually, you know what? Hang on a moment. I can do that more easily by, what is it, Option that you do? Yeah. We can start with this one. Center everything. Using the controls. That's centered, that's centered. Top dB was already pretty good. Honestly, that's probably about as much as I need. Yeah. And then as we drag it to new places, those are now also centered. And that's the quickest way of doing it. Also, I do have 4 AUX sends, which also need to be neutralized. Hang on a moment. Hang on. Shift to select all of these. Send A. They can all go down to 0. For starters. And then let's think of a likely another 3 buses to use. Yeah, I don't have a film camera anymore. The photographs I'm talking about, those were film photographs, and you can tell. I could, Jonathan, since you asked, that is something I totally can do. I wanted to come up with something else that was cool, and that is a perfectly acceptable choice. I absolutely can. You can have I'll show people what it is. Here, let's put it on monitoring. It's under S for soft click. Soft clock, not soft click. This is what he's talking about. So you can have that next week. And it will help you count weird things like 7s. The fact that it's not tempo sync is saddening, but oh well. This is for the non-tempo sync stuff. This is for playing guitars along with and such. And if quarter notes isn't good enough, we can go to 8s. Tuple is more or less the note you want. Like if you want 16th 7s. And as you crank up to that, it's pretty clear to be able to find the pulse in there. Hang on, we were going to do something else. I'm just showing you that because that's what Jonathan Bellot gets this coming weekend. Oh, well, I'll take a moment and show you that as well. Recently used. So you notice how we have a regular beat going on? You can also add swing, and you can add backbeat. Big beat means delay the snare backbeat on it, whatever it thinks the snare backbeat is likely to be. So I can simplify the countdown to so the high note is the downbeat, it's the kick drum. Swing swings every other note. So the snare is going bang, 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 bang. It's delaying the backbeat to make it heavier. That's why it's called big beat. And it tends to go along with swing fairly well. Like, if we've got a tuple like this, and this is just let's pretend we're doing, like, I don't know, something with a groove to it, like Aerosmith. Walk This Way. Well, you'd have a little swing. And you'd have a little big beat so that the backbeat would sit behind the main groove. And if you exaggerate it, it gets silly. Because it's just delaying the timing. But if you have no swing and no big beat, it will be somewhat rigid. So to get a groove, or for example, let's put into our heads, again, since we have this very simple 1, 2, 3, 4 beat going on, let's think of, like, I don't know, Back in Black, maybe? AC/DC? Boom. So it's not going to be quite 106. I think it's a little slower. $95. But it's too rigid because swing and big beat are both 100%. Also, speed is going to determine how fast the swing of your limbs feels. So for some kind of things like, I don't know, Boston is an example where the drummer Sebastian was not playing fiercely. He was sort of swinging along with it. Toto can be like that as well. Incredibly tight groove, but he's not beating the heck out of the drums. Unlike stuff like, you know, AC/DC or The Who, where they're hammering the drums way harder. If you're hammering the drums way harder, speed has to go up. So if you were trying to do Back in Black, and this was about the tempo and the speed is up to where it's got the kind of stomp and aggression, it's still a little bit too rigid because of the swing and big beat sections. So and it doesn't take much. In fact, if you move it to third ways, you start getting a triple feel, which is all very well and good, but it's not the straight eighths feel that you want from the rock and roll stuff. So and again, to make that backbeat heavier, you'd add a little more big beat and you'd pull it back in time. Let's see if we can do the Sgt. Pepper's, which is a very strikingly, the beat to Sgt. Pepper's Reprise is very easily understood in terms of how it feels. But Ringo always hit the snare drum late because he's using heavy sticks and really laying into it. So it's going to be faster, first of all. A little bit swung, but not all that much. And that backbeat sits back. So you explore in order to try to find the groove, and you'd be playing along to something like that. Boom, 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 boom. And so the snare is not like right on top of the beat. It's a little bit delayed and it's a little bit swung because the kick comes in extra hard. Or then you can just do a weird thing. And that's a completely made up groove, which isn't very good because big beat is way out of place there. And that's a straight 5. And that's how that works. So yeah, let's take a moment now that we have a template that can be used to do exactly what we did today over and over, anytime I want. Let's add some more details in the arrangement. So we've got color-coded outputs for the looper outputs. And I've got a couple of things in there, although I could always add more. That's just Search XT. I was planning to make new patches. We're not quite making new patches. Instead, we're just kind of doing more. But that's fine. Let's duplicate some of these things and then change them as we go. But our purple, well, actually, hang on a moment. I say that, but there's no reason I couldn't have a more choices in the color coding. For instance, what if this was the white color? So if I used white, pink, purple, and brown, I'm using up a full 10 colors, which will work for all of this stuff, and then I can name them as I see fit, and then come up with what I'm doing with them. So magenta counts as pink for the purposes of Airwindows, and we make a nice little extra section over here that can be represented as different colors. They're scattered throughout the control surface, but that's fine. So let's think of some stuff to do with this. For instance, Galactic 3 should be on the purple one. We've got it set just huge, 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 huge. D-res is very low. That's fine. That's cool. But what I could do is pick a different one. Don't know if I have it here. I might have been looking at that in, oh no, maybe I do. Like K-Plate 140. And let's fire up Surge so that I can hear a sound through these as I go. And by the time I'm finished with it, it'll be taco time. So yay. Modern Tron seems good. So if that was running, oh wait, hang on. If that's going into the Galactic, although we don't have it running into a ConsoleX yet, so time I did. And capture doesn't get any of those things because that's what we route SWB audio capture to, so that we can record all of this on the fly once we have something happening, much like this. And let's also run Airwindows so I can have the controls enabled, because they are all relevant. And now that I have that, we can also use synth for how much. See, space ambient, this would be good to have for that. And then cut the volume on it. But that might not be the only thing we're doing, because again, I've got kplate on syn B. So we'll need all my faders up. And that needs to be much wetter. And I need to not play into it quite as loud. And that could be something where I don't run it as sustainy. Let's find something better than Modern Drum for this. A clavinet. So that's handy for not such a deep reverb. What else have we got to go into that? That's rather quiet. Oh, that's because modulation does the thing with it. Also, why is that modulating that? This has no business modulating that, and yet it is. Huh. These two things are fighting with each other. What can we do to ameliorate that? Action list. So that's Witness for 12, but modulation wheel is also doing that thing. Need to straighten that out. I wonder if I can. I wonder how many other of these things are going to be fighting with the ConsoleX. Whether I can find it in shortcuts. So send one volume is here. I wonder if I can narrow down the limits of what it's willing to accept. Then, let's see, so send B, that's CC4, that's still fine. C is CC1, which is being overtaken. So these are still fine, but I have a conflict. Also, what happens if we do pitch bends or the sustain pedal? Looks like only the mod wheel is overriding something. And, well, let's find out. Nope, none of those things are fighting. Sustain doesn't seem to be grabbing anything. We're mostly fine except for this one bit where we have a override. Wonder what to do about that. Many devices. Yeah, see, ID1 and ID2, these are fighting each other. And those are not. Control messages, set channel. That might be a way of working around it. So here's the question. If we tell it not to be control messages, is that going to stop it reacting to this stuff? Very quick way to find out. No, we did not stop it from reacting to that. It's still doing it. I'm not quite sure what to do about this, other than acknowledge that the mod wheel is much. Maybe I can send something to the. Maybe I can pick a salient thing for the mod wheel to be goosing there. I don't really like the idea very much. I'm stumped. See? This is a fine thing, but it's interfering greatly with Galactic. And I need to have that to run this particular patch called Organic Life Plug. I guess the first thing I can do is pick something to fool with that doesn't require I use the modulation wheel. Because the modulation wheel is becoming send this also to Galactic. And I don't really like that very much, although that could have its places. I'm going to say that's good enough for a K-Plate 140 for starters. And as long as I don't hit the modulation wheel, we don't end up making super heavy Galactic 3. If I do, then we do end up getting super heavy Galactic 3. It's also forced into compression. Did you notice? Because it's going into ConsoleX channel, you see, so it went into compression real hard. But let's see now. So what else? Replace effects. How about either cream coat or crunch coat? Let's see what we get with this. So we are on track 1, so that goes away. Oh, and I bet this has got a lot of dry to it. Yeah. I wonder whether this is the one I want. Wouldn't it be funny if the modulation wheel did this? That would be crazy. See, this one's the bright, shiny reverb. Galactic is supposed to be a lot darker. So the question then is, if I'm going to do a bright reverb, and I'm going to rule out like bright ambience, what if rather than cream coat, crunch coat? Because that has more of the digital sound, and I've got plenty of other stuff that doesn't have the digital sound. I'm going to PQR. Here we go. So I wonder. Ooh, have I got a runaway regeneration going? Bear in mind I can do that inside Circa. I don't need to be doing it in this. But I can, or even make it take off. Yeah. And this is on the white fader. Here. See, like this. So the whole idea there is that guy is for sharper, brighter kinds of things. Yeah, that can be the send a cool beans. Cool. And again, that's going into ConsoleX, so I can hype it out anytime I like. Add highs, cut highs, whatever it is I feel I need to do. But the white color, I think, goes along with sort of untrammeled digital reverb. So that gives me 3 different options right off the bat, not counting this brown color, which I'm not quite sure what to do with yet. It might be a doubler or something like that. So first, crunch coat. Second, K-plate 140. Modulation wheel also gives me Galactic 3. Send D. I'm into scales quite a bit. I have a whole deck of cards that I made. I haven't even gotten that much use out of it, as far as trying to be able to plot out interesting combinations of modes and scales and be able to find them on the keyboard or guitar and compose with them. I was doing that in 2022 when I was making some of those songs. It didn't really continue that much, but I've still got them. In fact, it's even less likely that I'll be able to put out like decks of musician arrangement and composition cards in this day and age, because things have gone really bad for people doing board gaming or anything like that. Who knows what's going to happen? But all of this stuff that I made way back in the day, all of these are also double-sided as well, is still there. If I was to sit down and seriously try to do novel, interesting music going forwards, I would be starting with that. So let's see, where are we at? We've got all these different reverbs, but there's one thing that we lack, which is a good doubler. So let's go and replace the effects with, now what would that have been? The most recent version of Flutter. That's what. Pretty sure that's the one. And if that was true, we would have it's not doing as good of a job as I'd hoped. Maybe I should just use AA in honor of Terry, a friend of mine who wasn't a super close personal friend. I got to meet him once, musician friend, and he's the guy that did ZZ Top and Led Zeppelin 3, as I always say. Amazing photographer. He passed on fairly recently. Only found out about it about a week or so after. And he asked me to do a plugin. And I could go in search of that. And use that one. And then I can have a couple of little delays on there, or not so much. This is based on Glitch Shifter, so it can get a little crunchy when you push it this hard. Yeah, so I can use that, and I can use it for delays if I want. See, I've got it very out of tune. See, that's fun. I wonder, though, whether maybe the flutter would... I wonder. Let's see. Good, but more for full-on mixes rather than the wild ambient stuff that I'll be thinking of. I think I am going to go for Terry's thing. I shall be thinking of him when I use it. Full wet, of course. That'll do. Alrighty, so I haven't got there. It's time for me to save this and then go off and enjoy my tacos, but also say goodbye to everybody. Take a few minutes and catch up with that. So where we go? Only thing we have going on is the fact that we have that modulation wheel issue, which pushes channel 12 of whatever it is that we're using. I would not mind being able to adjust that. I just don't know how. I do want to replace it. Okay. Next time, Space Ambient. This time we did another sort of jam. And it should be ready to fire up anytime I want. I am not currently running not currently doing a Space Ambient, not currently running outboard guitars and things, which my previous experiment with Circa had a lot to do with guitars and stuff. Would be nice to do that, but this I get to do without running the outboard studio other than the control surface. And that's kind of neat in its own right. And yeah. Also, I'm seeing a few questions, so tell you what, let's bounce back out of the whole world of Reaper for the moment. I'll quit out of it. I'm going to put the keyboard back before terribly long, but and figure out what else to do with how I'm placing the keyboard. But yeah, I have questions to answer. And then I'm going to go and have tacos because it is 5. So yeah, Jonathan suggests don't give up completely on the cards. Fair, fair. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to do them, but one of the things about it is that line of work, that business is dying for people who need to be able to sell cards to make a living. I don't necessarily have that problem. I can price them as like boutique goods, and so it won't matter whether they cost me 12 times as much as they would to get them made, as long as I can do it. We shall see. Jonathan is asking about wondering what fuzz is. Jonathan and Lean Bear. Fuzz is not just an over-the-top distortion so much as it is typically what you'll find in like a guitar fuzz box, for instance, is going to be like hard-edged clipping and perhaps letting a lot of low end go into the clipping so that there's a lot of lows coming through it and just that extra rasp going on. Not always. It's possible to have a fuzz that is very like slicey and saturated. I mean, define over the top, first of all. There are many ways of getting over the top. Once I made a distortion box called The Fiend, back before I even came to Vermont, just about. Must have been, yeah, that would have been solidly 30 plus years ago. And it was a 4049 hex inverter chip wired up with like 6 separate hex inverter stages all running into each other, all with very high frequency stuff. So you turned it on and it would just shriek. And then if you played a guitar through it, it would shriek but also have the distortion. And then you stopped and it would just feed back on itself again. So that was pretty over the top. But it wasn't low frequency oriented. It was just all high frequency shriek. And yeah, over the top might mean the amount of high frequencies on the distortion clipping factors. It might be the amount of gain. It might be the amount of lows going into the clipping factor, making it very like buzzy and crunchy. Certain fuzz boxes will do that. You can have a wide variety of results, and I've got a bunch of plugins and things that will do that. In particular, Pointy Guitar will do a pretty good job of some of those things, but more along the lines of amp-like things, and less along the lines of annoying fuzzbox tones, because it's designed to be able to get into the zone of some of the real amps, because usually those have they don't try to put in more low end than the speaker will handle. Usually if you have an amp and it's got maybe a little tiny speaker, the capacitors inside it are also letting through high frequencies and not letting through low frequencies, and so it doesn't have as much of a fuzzbox tone. Whereas the fuzzbox might very well be very bright clipping, but also letting through a lot of low end. And you could call that over the top. It's less in the way of your Eddie Van Halen 5150 push high way up in Pointy Guitar to get that chug happening. A fuzz box is not necessarily chug so much as it's buzz and rasp and bright overtones on things. And Jonathan asks as a sort of final answer, could I take a distortion plugin like Distortion or Fuzz and get a fuzz tone on your guitar going into the DI? Yes, absolutely. Give it a try. See what you can get, because fuzz boxes in real life are pretty much just ideas like that being executed in different ways. And thanks to Da Pizza for trying the bunch of plugins and thinking that they're amazing. I appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to go and eat tacos, but I think we will return on Thursday to the... Maybe by Thursday I will have made some more sounds in Surge XT and 6 Signs, because I promised I would do that, and then we just made a awesome looping station, because that was what was on my mind. But yeah, and maybe I will do some so that I have some to show on Thursday, and then once we've worked with them and ensured that they were actually good, I will make them all available for download. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.